All right. Looks like we've got the stream started. Fantastico. So, what we're going to do today? Today is all about getting out into the deep desert, getting um, getting set up in the deep desert. There's so much aluminum. I want to know how much duraluminum we have so I know if we need to make some more. Then I need to check the water. Check the water. Nope. I think that's a big one, isn't it? No, it's not. It's a little one. So let's see. Duraluminum. We got 600 duraluminum. Okay, we're good. Don't necessarily need to make any more. What do we got going here? We got still more silicon. Somebody went and farmed like 4,000 silicon worth of freaking stuff last night. So, baller. What's up, Daima? There a faction. Oh, no, that's from yesterday's chat. All right. How are you today, brother? Let's see. Oh, isn't it? Yo! Base looking too fine. What in the holy hell, brother? How do I get over there? Let me go see. Where's the path? I see bridges. I'm good, just at work. Moved my base last night. Now I'm down the street, right next to Kip. Hey, what's up, Damien? Where's this bridge at? Got a little over 4. A little over 4 what? Raw. In. Oh. Oh. Oh, baby. Look at this. Oh my god. 4 hours left to work. All right. This is too fine. They moved the wind generators. Nice, nice. Got this whole area down here too. Also very nice. Need to find the soldier trainer to unlock my capstone skills. More skills in that tree. The soldier trainer. Do you mean the trooper or do you mean the sword master? Whose base is this? Damien, this is guild base. Last night, Crazy Flip and Maisie. I don't know exactly how to pronounce their name. Built this onto the base. Yeah, I'm sure it took quite a few mats, although it's actually pretty easy to get basalt mats. So, well, I'm sure it did take them a significant amount of time. Time probably isn't as much as you might think. But this looks so good. I'm a little... There's no way between these two levels right now. So I'm a little confused, but it doesn't look like they're quite done with it. So I'm sure we'll get something else. But there's so much room now, plenty of room for activities, dropping, assault thopters and stuff, because we're going to need There is tons of aluminum. So let's take a look at the map. From our base here, if you go up and around out here, there's a little bit of aluminum up next to this wall that you can get. But right here's a switchback that takes you up into the western shield wall. So if you just follow this switchback up, you can get into the western shield wall, and this whole area is where I farm right here. And I can max out a buggy with aluminum in about 3 minutes. So just grab all that aluminum right there, and then usually, so I come up, and then I kind of go like down and around right here, and then I come up this way, and I'm usually full by about right here, and then I just geet off the side of the cliff and drive my ass back home. Oh my god, this looks so fucking good. This is so cool. I love that they used some of that vertical space, but check this out. So they went and did all that, but look at how much vertical space we still have above this, right? We can still build this exact same hangar. We can duplicate on top of itself like 10 more fucking times if we need to. So we have, I mean, this base is enormous. I think over here we're going to have some personal rooms, just some small little rooms that people can decorate for themselves. So we'll do the same thing over here, right? We can just build this up and get ourselves, 30 little rooms over here. I think we're going to have plenty of space. And this will be, just a little way for people to express themselves within the world. You're just south of the trading post up that way. Oh, okay. So you built, where's the trading post? You built right over here. So this is also a good place to get aluminum. Actually, if you drive up, so from Pinnacle Station, there's a whole little path right here that goes up into the eastern shield wall. And when we were based here, right, we have Hader, one of the people who helped me start the guild, has a little base right here that we used. And we used to come up this way and we would farm aluminum here. And this was like day 2 for us. We were here farming aluminum before we made this big old base over here. So yeah, if this is where you are, if you're over near Pinnacle Station, this whole field area right here, or driving, you can come this way and then come up somewhere around like right here and drive down the shield wall this way. There's tons of aluminum all in here. So yeah, both shield wall zones are really just full of, this is not Kip. This is definitely Hater. But yeah, just farm up in this area or go down over this area. Anywhere, really, in the eastern shield wall and stuff is tons of aluminum. What's up, Drat? Sorry, I missed you there for a second. How are you? Been trying to. But yeah, so today is going to be... today is going to be map out the deep desert day. I am about to die. With my full ass leader, John. So good at this game. And the way we're going to map out the deep desert is I've got my scout module on here, but I want to go ahead and put... look at all that basalt. I've got my scout module on here, but I want to go ahead and put a thruster module on here. Probably have a thruster module. Scout Ornithopter thruster module. I feel like we should make rooms of storage just to know where shit goes. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I had a message ready if you died because I warned you twice and you ignored me. Fuck you, Damien. Fuck you. Yeah, so this is our storage room, actually. We have that. Those things that are down on the platform down there are specifically for goodbye, hermit. That's what you get for not drinking water like a good little desert rat, even though I told you. You know what? How about fuck you? How about that? Yeah, not being able to stack storage crates is stupid, in fact. Like, stupid, stupid. The building system in this game isn't great, honestly, right now. Um, they have some serious issues that are things that every other survival crafting game has, and that there's really no reason not to have. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and get in the guild chat. I am about to go scouting the deep desert. If you want to join, get a thruster and a scanner and meet me in the new hangar lower level in 5. Bammo. Let's make it 10. There we go. Get 10 minutes. All right, get our little duder parked. Again, not being able. Ooh, holy cow. So many things to read. Hold on 1 second. By the way, just build half walls and put a roof. Yeah, sure, absolutely. You could totally do that, but that's a stupid workaround. You should just be able to stack them. Need to unlock the intel to unlock level 4 buggies. Make a brand new one. Yeah, there's also lots of level 6 buggies, Daima. So go ahead and get yours upgraded as you go. But the level 6 buggies gather so much more per node that you definitely want to use the level 6 buggies. I finally found the path. Holy crap. Okay, this is great. Oh my gosh, this base is so huge. Hey, what's up, Detestion? Detestion! The Dune is going. You wanna see something dope as hell? So we have a 32 person guild now, Detestion. We're all the way maxed out, and this is our guild base right now. We've had some people going seriously ham. I haven't built any of this shit because I'm a trash can, and I can't build anything. But we've got, you know, like our big hangar down here in the middle. That other area right there is another big hangar because these freaking ornithopters are massive as shit. We've got our little crafting area over here. We've got what is going to eventually be some personal rooms over here. Just massive, massive, massive. It's so cool. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy. You don't even know. My base would be very square with not so many hangars, but it would be like the angel base where you fly in, not drop down. Anvil. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the drop down thing, especially So this is a natural rock formation, which is why I think the drop down is so cool. Because there's rock all around the outside of this. So basically all four of the walls are rock. And so you just kind of drop down into this rock formation. Well, I guess two of the walls and then two of the walls are open. But you can also fly in from both sides. It wouldn't be easy to fly in from this side, but you totally could. So I dig it. Yeah, this game is hella fun. Detestion. Like hella fun. Um the early game especially. So just playing through the game is like a ridiculous amount of fun because you're driving around. You know, we've all got ornithopters and shit now. But when you first start, you're driving around on a little itty bitty sand bike, getting chased through the Haga Basin by worms. And there's all these huge rock formations all over the place. And you just feel so small and insignificant. And you're just like in this constant state of abject horror because you're going to get eaten by a giant ass worm. And so it's just, I mean, it's just so much. I have over 200 hours since the 5th of this month. I have like 230, 240 hours or something like that right now in less than 20 days. So I'm averaging about 12 hours a day right now. So that's my life. All right. I think we got enough of these little scout probes for now. Time to get back up in here. Wrong way. This way. I love that I can run everywhere in this base too. They've done a great job of making things all connected and shit so that I can move around. I think this one's mine. Somebody else made. Yep. I have, I don't have. I need to get some wire. Whoops. Gotta go back. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. So what we're about to do right now is we're about to go do a little exploring out in the deep desert. We are going to go find some stuff out there. I fell asleep while playing last night and couldn't find my way out of one of those testing stations, so I logged out inside. That's funny. Base is truly fucking massive. I find myself getting lost so often. Yeah, it'll take a little bit to get used to it, but I don't think you'll have too much of a problem eventually. You'll figure it out. I don't really go there because I want to do everything myself. Ask for as little help as possible. Don't ask why. I'm independent like that. I mean, that's fine. That's totally fine. There comes a point, though, where you're no longer gaining experiences that you don't gain with the guild, right? So basically, everyone in the guild is in that same aluminum tier as you, or at least a lot of the people are. So playing with other people is kind of the intended functionality of the game. And so while I totally understand wanting to do it by yourself and wanting to play the way the game intended, wanting to take it slow and progress through it at a natural pace, there does come a point where you're going at an unnatural pace by trying to completely go it alone. And you may actually be inhibiting your um, your experience more than you are helping it. So now that you're in the aluminum tier, we have quite a bit more infrastructure than maybe you would have on your own. But that's because there's so many of us, not because um, we necessarily have more infrastructure than a single person needs. And so working through aluminum and duraluminum tier from the main base is really kind of the intended play style of the game. Today is Tuesday, right? Okay, so we have a new deep desert. Yeah, there's 20 of us there in that area, and I'll def be more viable to go help. Ask for help, maybe even fully move in eventually. But like I said, it just opened the full aluminum tier. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You should play at the pace you want to play. I am certainly not trying to um not trying to get you to come over here if you don't want to, but I also don't want you to feel like you shouldn't come over here like you're not far enough along to be useful or like you need to catch up more or something like that. No, let me in. Sorry, just making a little chit chat here. I think I was muted too when I responded to your last message there, Dima. Before you went live, Hermit, I watched a video of a guy and his friends infiltrating a streamer zerg in the deep desert and taking them down. 7 friends versus like 20 people. Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure. I've changed my mind. The PvP in this game is absolutely insanely good. I think that's always been true, Damien. It's the small scale and solo PvP that's pretty trash right now because of griefing. And that's all about to get fixed when they stop making scout ornithopters so fast when they have rockets. I need to know the trick again for flying. I see what you said with the chevrons, but couldn't remember the trick to use like zero fuel. Yeah, so just basically you have to have your carrot, your chevron, above the horizon chevron, and you have to have your wings below the horizon line. And anywhere in there is good. And then just when you get down to 10 miles an hour below your peak, then you go. You just do a little tilt. Every time you get 10 miles an hour below your peak, you hit a little tilt and you'll gain your speed back. Yes, I was. So I thought I unmuted. I don't know what's happening. Um, the boxes down in the storage hangar are mostly about ore or things that you're immediately about to use, right? Raw resources that you're immediately about to put in a refinery. So they're a good temporary storage while you run up to the refinery to put everything in there. As far as things like calibrated servos, pumps, stuff like that, those things have specific boxes down in the storage location directly underneath the directly underneath the um fuck a duck. Directly underneath the crafting station. There you go. So if you just go put those things where they belong, you should be able to just run across that whole area and press F on all the chests. And basically everything in your inventory should end up in its proper chest. Um, and then you should be good to go. So yeah, we're going to do some scouting. We have thrusters on, which is very important for your scouting. But this is also a good opportunity to look at what is possible with builds. And we've talked about this before, and we're going to keep talking about it because I think it's terribly important for this game. Look at the bottom of my screen right now. I have two abilities, right? I have my scan and I have my thrusters. And because I have my scan and my thrusters, I have two skills, right? So I have Q and C, but then we have a third skill, which is X, which is normally the way you're set up with your skill build for your character, right? So there is great opportunity here to, let's see, great opportunity here to open up the skill builds um, of your vehicles significantly because you have tons of pieces and every piece could have a module on it, right? You've got two pieces of hull, you've got a piece of chassis, you've got your PSU, you've got your wings, and you've got your engine. And all of those things sort of set themselves up. Why did I go? That's weird. I think I accidentally tapped space there. All of those things set themselves up well to just being part of your build and having. Do I only have 4 probes? I could have sworn I pulled out more than 4. I thought I pulled out like 20. Mother plus bucket. Okay, well, fuck surveys then. Anyway, now I'm angry. Anyway, so you have this great opportunity to have your same build system that you have in in your character, where you get 3 passive technique skills or 3 passive technique modules, and then 3 active skill modules. So I have, there's rockets, there's thrusters, there's scanners on the Thopter. So potentially you could have like all 3 of those actives at one time. And then you have to control your heat usage, right? Because your heat is what determines whether or not you can continue to use your vehicles. I'm kind of disappointed that so many of the vehicles don't allow you to use both thrusters and rockets, right? Like the assault Orny does, but the Scout Orney doesn't. And I understand that people don't like the Scout Orney because it's too fast and its rockets are too good and it's too maneuverable. But there's some tweaking that could go on there, right? You could make the Scout Orney's rockets significantly worse. You could, they're already reducing the speed and maneuverability of the Scout Orney when it has rockets. They're doing lots of these things. And so there's no problem with tweaking that and then looking to add more fun to the game because thrusters and rockets is really fun. Having to maintain your heat, especially because they're increasing the amount of heat that the thruster adds, or not the thruster, that the rockets add when you shoot them. There is such a good path here. Oh my gosh, you can just go straight through the rocks all the way. I hate that it takes me out of guild chat. But it looks like we're going to be able to just have rock outcroppings here, like all the way out. Where am I at? I'm going into E sector. Yeah, there's just tons of rock outcroppings right on this 2 to 3 ledge. Right? We got 2 sector 3s right here. Yeah, so right on this 2 to 3 edge, we've got a ton of outcroppings here. Scout should be scout thrusters, scanners. Could do a real probe as well. Maybe some kind of a shield. Yeah, I'm totally down for giving this thing like a real probe thing as well. That'd be super cool. There are so many possible modules that can get added to this game to give you, you have access to 10 vehicles, right? You can make 10 vehicles and per person. And I only have like 4. I've got a bike, a buggy, a scout ornithopter, and then like another buggy because I'm the guild leader. So I make a bunch of buggies for everybody. But I've still got so many slots open for making. Yeah, right. You can only make like 5 different vehicles. And so there's so many slots open for having purpose-built vehicles instead of having to, necessarily change the pieces all the time. Yeah, Drat, it's pissing me off. Honestly, it's starting to make me pretty angry. Okay, so there's a pretty big gap here between Sector F and Sector E, or Sector G. No, so that's Sector E and Sector G. Yeah, from the end of Sector E all the way through Sector F looks like mostly dunes. So we're definitely going to want to put one spot over there and one spot in the rocks here. Probably this rock spot. Carrier should be given a module that gives it the Angel of Death flare system to divert rockets. Yeah, so I'm down with that too, right? I don't think that there are really bad ideas for modules because I think that basically anything can get balanced. So there's no point in the devs not at least trying some shit out. And I'm really, really looking forward to that happening because I think it definitely is. I think vehicles are in the worst place as far as PvP is concerned right now. I think a lot of people are complaining a lot about vehicles. So, oh yeah, we've got so much space to fly around and build bases out here. This is going to be peak safety. I mean, we could have a base every 1,000 meters out here. You'd never get killed. Make them big enough for assault ornithopters and just hopscotch with the assault ornithopter. We're going to farm so hard out here. It's not even freaking funny. H, and then just I is all we have left, right? Yeah, there's somebody already. Oh, there's a couple people already. Okay, so this is probably a good spot. Let's see what we've got out here. We've probably got Stravidium. This is not a great spot. What are these people building over here for? Hey, there's a spice blow. All right, so it looks like this is maybe the Stravidium rock. My planar lock isn't working right now. I'm just like going down, down, down all the time. This is not a great place to farm. Unless, so the other option here is maybe they're already farming it, and so there's just not as much here. Because it's been farmed. But I definitely don't like this area. These are not super condensed resource nodes here. Oh, that's a rock. Okay, yeah, so I think since we've found our path out here so easily, now I think it's time to try and find locations to farm. Like this, boom, Stravidium all day. Check this out. This is definitely the Stravidium spot. That scanner just lets you know where the nodes are so that you can share them on your sync chart. Whatever. I suck at using the scanner. Anyway, so now that I go into my map, right, you see we've got Stravidium mass indicators over here. Oh, and then it looks like maybe more Stravidium here. Yeah, tons of Stravidium here as well. Perfect. You can totally go between these spots, right, with a buggy, no problem. Although you probably have a hard time getting a buggy on top of up here. But that's plenty of Stravidium. Oh, there's a salt orny. So the other reason that I don't want to build a base out here is because of how difficult it would be, okay? That's just titanium. We got another person out here, but this looks like titanium as well. Yeah, we got good titanium. So good titanium. Nice. So good titanium, so good Stravidium. It looks like this is probably another titanium rock. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Yeah, this is definitely... Oops. This is definitely where we want to go. Sorry, imagine if they added a vehicle module vendor to one of the Landsrat options. There was a module for the carrier only. There was an EMP module with a 500 meter radius. Completely neutralize the power of all vehicles for 30 seconds. They are not owned by someone that has access to the carrier. But since it's so powerful, it'd be like 50 million Solari. So I think that should even knock out your own. Um, that should knock out your own allied vehicles too, right? Because the carrier's whole point, and so this is something that I know from my time in the Navy, is that when you have a vehicle that is important as a carrier, like we had with our aircraft carriers, the point of the other members of that carrier group is to take the hit for the carrier, right? It's so important that an aircraft carrier stay in the fight because of its ability to launch planes, and its massive amounts of, offensive and defensive weaponry, and because a single aircraft carrier in the U.S. Navy can, I mean, basically take on an entire army from most countries, or an entire military from most countries. Um, it's super important to protect those carriers. And so the rest of the carrier group is there, that if push comes to shove, right, if all the defensive weapons are down, and a torpedo or something like that is heading for the carrier, they get in the way, and they take that hit because, there's more people on the carrier, there's more weaponry on the carrier. It's just a more important asset. And so the same thing is totally true in this game, right? If you've got, 5 assault ornies and a carrier with a spice crawler, and somebody comes to attack and they bring, 10 assault hornies to attack your little carrier group, then EMP everybody. EMP your own people, knock them down to the ground, run with the ornithopter, and then when the assault ornies all come back up together, the assault ornies on your side are going to be there to specifically fight those people off and try and hinder them from catching up to you. So yeah, I mean, I think that's totally, and that's kind of a Hail Mary option. Like, oh my God, everything has gone to hell. Let's fuck our own teammates so that we can escape with our spice. But again, like I said, I mean, there's no place really where you can't where you're not going to be able to balance those things, right? There's always a balance. If you look at Dungeons and Dragons as a model for how to balance things like that, and you look at how insane some of the abilities and spells and stuff like that in Dungeons and Dragons can get, you have a little bit more ability to balance in Dungeons and Dragons, right? Because it's so open-ended and it's just kind of theater of the mind or whatever. And so you can just kind of make up whatever the hell you feel like. But the same thing is kind of true in video games, right? You can program the game to interact however the hell you want. And so there's this almost infinite ability to balance things. So if something is really awesome with the rule of cool, then just find a way to make it not brick the game. But it looks like out there on the far left, right, this whole area, starting from like right about here, all the way up into this sector, like all of this is just all stravidium and titanium. And even this right here is like a lot of titanium and stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, tons of stravidium, titanium, titanium, titanium. There's just so much over here. And I think if we dot this, right, we could put a little base here, we could put a little base here, we could put a little base here, and then we start coming down. We put bases on the way down because there's all these rocks all the way down. Then we should be able to fly out here pretty safely. There will probably be some spice blows kind of nearby. We might have to maybe go down the other side for the spice. But I think at least for getting titanium and stravidium, this is the way to go. And then we could just start taking assault ornithopters out here, and we'll be good. That's true. I've seen so many videos now where a spice harvesting group get attacked and the assault and scout ornies scatter, and the group attacking has free reign to attack the sandcrawler and the carrier. Yeah, absolutely. Don't do that. Don't do that. You could maybe forsake the sand crawler, um, because that's kind of the target. That's kind of the okay. So this is the edge right here. So in G3, you're gonna have to have right in that spot right there. You're gonna have to have something built because it's dunes for a while. Look at all that spice blow though. A lot of that looks like it's kind of central though. So we don't really want to be getting into the, 4, 5, 6 region. We kind of want to stay out here in the 1, 2, 3 or the 7, 8, 9 region because going right up the middle is where the big guilds go. I never run into the big guilds out here because um, I always stay on the edges and most of the spice is in the middle. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it is 3 media or 3 smalls and a medium, or maybe 2 mediums. No, definitely. Yeah, no, there's 2 mediums. That's a medium and that's a medium. That one's just farther away and the render's fucked up. But it looks like 2 mediums, 2 smalls, maybe. They're all out in that center area, and I don't go out there. I ain't fucking around with that. But there also doesn't seem to be a lot of other rock outcroppings out here, which is good. Um, because if there are less rock outcroppings on the way, we have a chance for more spice and stuff like that. Gonna build a little outpost base. E6, gonna try to hide it best I can. Kind of just want to be able to grab the shipwreck. Yeah. I mean, this is a literal superhighway. H and I7 have good base locations. That's good. I think we got a good plan going on here. I think this is going to work out extremely well. Probably want to start right here in sector C3. This will be like the first one. And then we can just dot, right? Like build one here, 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 build one. This will be the last spot. Build one here, build one here, build one here, here, here. And then maybe even over here in case there's spice that blows over here. And then we'll just be totally safe basically the entire time. But this will just be, I mean, literally a free ride. We can get just ornithopters and ornithopters and ornithopters worth of resources. Time to get into chat. Now, this is going to be really hard to coordinate because I only have one small sub thief that I can put down, which means that I will be relying entirely on pretty much the rest of the guild. Actually, we might start here so that we can go a little more straight up. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So I will be relying pretty much on the rest of the guild to create this highway. Because I can't, this is something I literally can't do by myself. They don't need to be honeycombed. They don't need to be safe in any way. They just need to be big enough that I can fly an assault ornithopter into them. And maybe big enough that you can fly an assault orny in, move it to the side, and then put a second assault ornithopter on there. So you're probably looking at about 4x4 or maybe 6x6. Maybe 6x4. Yeah, probably 6x4. But that's a pretty small building. And then 3 high. So 6x4, 3 high. A 3x4 pentashield. So that you can drop down in and then just shift over. So you could go out in teams of 2 with assault ornithopters with just storages. Storages and thrusters. And then if anybody comes to try and kill you, you literally just bail hard to the nearest base. And then you hide and you wait. Because they'd have to sit there and wait for a sandstorm in order to get you. And then if they jump you at any place along the way, again, you've got bases to hide in. So I am very certain of the fact that if we put this out here, we will be able to farm pretty much with impunity in the deep desert. There may be time, I mean, if we get jumped by like 8 people, maybe they can take us down before we get to the nearest safety location. But if we get jumped by any less than 3 or 4, with an assault ornithopter with a thruster module, you should be able to get away.
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We got sandstorm coming. All right, we sheltered. Fill up on water real quick, and then I gotta use the restroom.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We'll be right back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Drat_erratic says Shai-Hulud wants you to pee faster.
I very much doubt that Shai Halud cares at all about my peeing habits. All right. So I honestly probably should have stayed out in the deep. There might be a way I can move it. I do have permissions. Let's take it downstairs. We'll put it with the other buggies. There's no parking space for it, sorry. You get parked next to the cactus. Boop. Is that my voice? Is that my voice? having a little trouble understanding why all of the people in our guild think that I'm a moron. I can't get anybody to follow the plan. It's always better to do a bad plan together than it is to do a lot of great plans separately. And so there are like 3 different groups of people in our guild trying to do 3 different things all the time. It's insane. Just do the plan. It's a good plan. I know. I came up with it. The plan is to have a base. Where we can refine materials. That's exactly the plan, Daima. But we've already talked about in the Discord a couple of times now that there's no point in putting a fob in the PvE part of the deep desert, right? Because the value of a fob is you can refine your resources at the fob, which condenses your resources, which means you have to ultimately make fewer trips to bring those resources back to your main fabrication base where you make all your stuff, right? But we keep putting our fob in the PvE zone. And last week, I thought that was a good idea too. And so I was down for it. But since we went through the deep desert and did stuff in the deep desert last week, we have discovered that that's not actually any value at all, because 99% of the trip time is from the PvE part of the deep desert out to the deep part of the deep desert and back, right? It's somewhere between 5 and 7 minutes each way. And it's approximately 30 seconds to 1 minute to go from the PvE zone of the deep desert back to the home base. So you can save yourself between 1 and 2 minutes per trip if you build a fob in the PvE zone. But in order to save that 1 to 2 minutes per trip, you have to make everything in the deep desert and then tear down everything in the deep desert and bring it all back every single week, which doesn't have any value. And so if we're not willing to put our fob way out in the PvP zone of the deep desert, because people can raid it and blow up, our refineries and stuff like that, and basically waste all of that progress, then we need to just use the main base, right? Just come back from the deep desert every time. Well, so we can do that, Daima, but if we do that and we leave, a large or a large spice refinery out there, then that means it's out there whenever people maybe happen upon it when it's raidable, and they can destroy it, and then we lose the mats that were used to build it. So I don't think it has any value to put the fob out in the deep PvP zone either, because eventually any mats you use to build anything out there will get lost. So unless you're able to recoup those mats and get more mats faster than you would be able to. Right, when someone isn't there. So it becomes raidable whenever a sandstorm blows over the top of it. And then it's raidable for like 6 minutes. The shields go down after the sandstorm. And I have seen raided bases out in the deep desert. I've seen quite a few of them actually. So there are people out there raiding because they're looking, in case you left some stuff in one of your benches or something like that, thought you were too safe. That's a great way to get resources, raiding bases. And that's something I want to do. So really, you're just looking to make safe havens out in the deep. Because nobody's going to raid a base that they can see into and see that all there is a pentashield and one tiny little scrap generator, right? Like, why would you raid that? So, yeah, I mean, we just need to build our infrastructure here. I understand it's half as expensive in the deep desert, so you can build twice as many refineries in the deep desert. And there is some value there. But I don't think it's enough to deal with, putting together and taking apart every week. And stuff like that. I mean, we're going to have this enormous base here, and we need this enormous base. We need this enormous base because we need all of these assault doctors, right? We need everybody to be able to park their vehicles and stuff here. Where does this go? Oh, this goes to my little water hole. That somebody moved and added to, and Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Can we please line these up like I fucking had them? So you can just walk along. We could build a fob just inside the Haga Basin if they're wanting to save time. Literally just have storage. Well, the main base is just inside Haga Basin. I mean, like, I understand that the main base could have been built slightly closer. But this is about as just inside a Haga Basin as you get. If your base in the PV zone was rated within 2 days of wipe, in my opinion, 5 more minutes of travel time, better than losing hours of work. If you're in the PVE zone, you're closer to the world map. Bodies in from Haga. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm currently having a conversation in Discord. You're actually in that. Oh, I hate this. Can I please type? Pretty please. What's up, Gravy? How are you? So I like your idea about the interactive map and stuff, but I think that you are asking for too much stuff to do. And I just don't think you're going to be able to get. I don't think you're going to have the time to actually take in all of the data that people are feeding you and fill out that map on a consistent enough basis that it'll be really valuable. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to talk to people in the Discord right now and trying to work out exactly where we're going to go with all this stuff. Can I please read? So just trying to do with some guild stuff right now. Because so we're making a super highway, right? And we're going to put safety nets all through or safety bases all through the deep desert to get out to where the best materials are so that we can take assault ornithopters instead of scout ornithopters so we can gather more resources. And so during times when we're not prime time, when we're not going to use like the carrier and that stuff, we can just go out, get the resources and bring them back. You know what? Here's the coup de grace. Actually, this is why deep desert fobs are a bad idea. Right now, let's look at how far out you want to go. So if you build a deep desert fob, say you even build it in the middle of the map, you build it right in the middle of B5. If you go out on the left-hand side, each zone is approximately 1.5 to 2K meters. So if you go down the left-hand side to go out to the farthest reaches of the deep desert, especially if we build our safety net down the side, and so you have to come all the way straight back down to the PvE zone and then fly straight to the left or to the right to get to the fob, then that is further distance than flying back to the Haga Basin. Now, if you take it at an angle, right, the distance isn't nearly as great because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so they're not additive. It's tangential or something like that. But the increased distance that you have to traverse horizontally as you return is greater than the distance to return back to the Haga Basin from those sides. That's why it's a bad idea to build your fob in the PvE zone of the deep desert. Yeah, no, I'm just right about that. Like, that's not even a question. There is zero value in a deep desert fob unless you go out and actually make it in the PvP zone. Or later, when we get more PvE zones, right, and the PvE zone gets expanded, you might be able to make an argument for putting a fob even deeper, and that's fine. But for right now, I'm right. Not even a question. All right, well, I got to go delete one of my sub fiefs. Sorry, Calabash, I'm no longer saving your space over here. I think it was you. Don't you shoot that sniper rifle at me. Shit. Poisoned me. Yeah, we were just out mapping the DD and stuff just now, Gravy. So what we're doing out in the DD this week is we are going to go ahead. Did I already delete my subfief? Is that a thing? I think I might have already deleted my subfief. All right. Must have needed it for something. Or it just auto-decayed? I think it might have auto-decayed, actually. Yeah, so we're going to make a safety superhighway, Gravy, down into the deep desert. So we're going straight down column 2. And we're going to make a base every zone or so, all the way down column 2, until you get to the H and I rows. And there's a ton of stravidium and titanium available out there. And so we're going to take assault Dopters. And so as long as we make the bases big enough for an assault Dopter to fly in and then slide to the left or right to get out of the way, then we can also go in with extra people. And, you know, you go down in duos. No, PvE, yeah, PvE is a row, columns 1 through 9. So it's the whole first entrance row is all PvE. And that's all the shield wall. There's no worms there. And it's just all the same rules as Haga Basin. When are you going? I haven't been in any of these. We are building right now. Let's go see if I can see this base on the map. I need to get basically back out into the zone here. But all you need, so what's 7 days? Times 24, so 7 times 24. So each of these bases needs 168 fuel cells and a single scrap. A single scrap generator should be more than enough. That's fine. Can't log in right now. We'll be heading out in singles or smaller groups much more often now because we're going to have safety. So instead of having to make it 20,000 meters to get back to the PvE zone to be safe if you get jumped, the furthest distance you'll ever have to travel is 3,000 meters to make it to one of these little safety bases so that you can just boop, hide inside the safety base. And then either the person who's trying to grief you has to sit there and wait for, 1 hour to 3 hours for a sandstorm to come by so that they can blow up the base and then fight you, or they fuck off and you just fly home. You'll be able to stop and like repair. We're going all the way down column 2. So starting from A, right? Starting from B, we're going to put a little base out in B2 and then C2 and then D2 and then E, F, G, H2. And then we'll probably put a cluster of them out in H and I so that you can go off to the left and right into column 1 and 3. And then you'll always just have bases around where you can drop off if you need to, or go fly and hide if you need to, or whatever, depending on what happens. Hopefully, most of it'll be done in the next couple of hours. I don't know how difficult it's going to be to bring together enough people to actually get it done, because we need like 8 sub-thieves, which means we need at least 4 or 5 people to jump on board and go put their fiefs out there and do the builds. So, depending on whether or not people actually want to do it. This is one of those things that I can't just do on my own because I don't have that many sub thieves. You don't have to tell me if you're logging in or not, dude. You do you. Even if you were a solo, I think that this is still a valuable thing to do. You wouldn't be able to make yourself quite as secure as you can with a group. Even a duo would be way more secure, right? So if you think, say you're a duo group, just you and your buddy, and you build a base together, so you've got one of your advanced sub thieves. I think you're supposed to be able to have 3 advanced sub thieves and then 2 small sub thieves, or maybe it's just 1 advanced and 2 small. I'm not able to build any more advanced sub thieves. I think maybe because mine is completely grown. So I don't think it gives me the option, right? Because I've extended mine 5 by 5. So I don't get any of that. But even as a duo, say you only get 1 advanced sub thief and 2 regular sub thieves. That gives you 5 sub thieves to put out in the deep desert, with one of your 6 total being your main base back home. So I'm going to fly out here. This is where I'm going to put the first one. And that's really, really close. To the base, right? I'm going to find me a little granite here. I want to take some granite with me. And I don't know what it really takes to make a particle thing. But I'm going to get me a little granite. I'm going to go out there. Let's get some fuel cells. I need some fuel cells. I like this because it's so easy to farm for, right? This is, I mean, almost nothing. You need a little bit of granite. You need a couple hundred fuel cells per, like that's almost enough right there to last a whole week. You need a little bit of iron, I think, for the pentashields. Let's see, what is the pentashield cost? Let's go in here. Let's look at pentashield. So a little bit of steel, a little bit of cobalt, a little bit of calibrated servos. So super easy to just go drop this in the deep desert a bunch of times. And you're looking to make it, 6 long by 4 wide by 4 high. And I think that's it. And then you just power it up and nobody can do anything about it. I mean, this base is almost big enough. Let's look at, yeah. So you need something a little bit wider, right? Because your assault orney is a little longer and a little wider. So I think 4 is long enough, right? I think an assault orney would be able to be on 4 of these. And then 3 wide so the assault orney can fall in. And then it's only 6 wide so that you can actually shift over and get another assault orney in there. And then you can go out in duos and play hopscotch all the way back. Here we go. This is pretty close to what I'm looking for. Yeah, this person's got an assault ornithopter in here. Right? I can put another assault ornithopter right next to him. They've got maybe a 6x6. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is a 6x6. So actually, it looks like maybe these are a lot longer than I thought. So 6x6 is probably what it needs to be. And then you can literally just do this, right? A whole pentashield across the top. This is the whole thing right here. And then you only need one generator to power this pentashield, and you're good. And you just build these on the way out. And then you just go hide. Oh, somebody's griefing me. No, boom, I'm safe. You're fucked. Yo, what's down here? A roll? Kind of dope. Oh, oh, snap. Yo, this is kind of dope. Kind of into it. Let's see. Oh yeah, you could totally build your base down here. What's up, dude? I love it. I love it. Good times. What I plan on doing is farming out aluminum and stuff I need to upgrade my base. Yeah, no, this is totally dope down here. If you were going to build a fob in the PvE zone, that's where you build it right there because it's super cool. So let's see. I want to go right out here. Right out there. Okay, I got my little marker. Let's go fly. I still don't have any granite. Why can't you copy, store a vehicle when in inventory is in full? Why do I need to break down my buggy because I'm moving across the map? Because there are only some vehicles that can be stored. Only your scout ornithopter and your sand bike can be stored. Every other vehicle cannot be stored. Because could you imagine if you could store a carrier? Because carriers don't have storage assemblies. If you could store a carrier ornithopter, then you basically could never kill one. Because people would just jump out in the middle of the fight and store it. And just let the spice crawler drop and just save their carrier ornithopter. So scouts are the only ones that you can store inside. They're designed to be your backup in case something happens and you have to respawn. You want to have something in your vehicle backup so that you can get back to where you were or whatever without just being totally screwed. Is there seriously no granite out here? Where's my granite at, y'all? There we go. Found a granite. on my countertops. What now? Oh, granite countertops. Got it. Yeah, I'm not bougie like that, dude. I don't know anything about interior design. I don't even think I've ever seen a granite countertop in my life. Okay, I'm having a little trouble reading my map. Oh, it's thundering outside. Are we about to get a storm here? Rented house in Arizona, so the people who own your house are bougie. Got it. Okay. I'm just gonna fly. Where's my granite? There's my granite. Oh my goodness. I found it. I abandoned my sand bike at the anvil base. Yeah, that's where my sand bike is too, I think. Maybe. Is that the granite right there? I think this might be the granite right over here. Come here, you little shit. Alright, backpack's full of granite. Like, I wish you could abandon vehicles. Yeah, I wish you could abandon vehicles too. You have to, like, take them apart and then just drop the pieces if you don't want it anymore. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. So they're trying to jack up the cost of renting by including a bunch of garbage amenities that don't actually do anything for anybody except give them an excuse to make the rent higher. Because let's face it, American Homes has over 60,000 homes across 25 states, including a lot. Yeah, gross. Gross. That stuff makes me want to club baby seals, honestly. That's how angry I am. And I love baby seals. Makes me so mad I want to destroy a thing I love. So everybody else is trying to hide their little sneaky base things. I'm actually just going to put mine right out here on top of the world. I ain't trying to hide shit. Put my superhighway out here. Blam. And we'll just move this thing out the way. And then we're just going to build. Boom. Structure. How big can we make this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop, can't quite go 6. I think I can get 6 if I do it like exactly right. So let's get it all the way up into the corner here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you can only make it 5 by 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Only make it 5 by 4? That doesn't seem. Oh, no, that's 5 by 5. Okay. It looks like you could probably get it to be 6. Maybe? But I feel like I got just about as close to this corner as I could. Yeah, no, there's no way. Okay. You know what? Fuck that. I want to try. Why is there not some sort of a grid snap in this? It can't be crooked. It's not possible. See how it lines up? It just looks crooked because there's a slope. Because it automatically sets itself to the angle. Yeah, there's nothing crooked about that. There's just a little slope here, so it looks all crooked. Yeah. Can't do it. Do we have... Hang on. Go into the chomes here. Do we have... half? How do we not have a half a foundation? What about a rounded foundation? Nope. Oh, boyo game. You really need to get your head out of your butt. I mean, a triangle might be able to fit on there, but I think it'll just be... the point will just be out of there as well. I don't think we have... Oh, holy shit. It does let me put a triangle. But then, like, I gotta put triangles all the way down the side. Lens ass. I think 5 by 5 will probably be okay. Even if you gotta, like, angle it a little when you get in here. We'll make the whole ceiling out of pentashield, so it'll be totally fine. I think she said she was going to put it in D2. I still don't see it, though. Oh, I just need to make them associates. That's right. They'll automatically have permissions. They automatically give you associate permissions to enter doors. So just adding everyone as associate will even be enough, which is super nice. And then I honestly don't think that it needs to go up 4. I think 3 might be high enough for the assault thufter, definitely. Honestly, probably even 2 would be high enough for the assault, but I'm going to go up 3 just in case. Thank you. Hydrate, you bastard. Hydrate. Cool. Yeah, so I mean, this is it. Super basic. Let's go ahead and move the sub beef console inside. And you don't even necessarily need to come back out here and pick these up, right? Because this is just granite and a little bit of pentashield. So if you leave all these out here, you're going to lose like a couple hundred steel maybe, and a little bit of cobalt paste. Which, I mean, cobalt paste is a premium, but not really a big deal. Yeah, I am, Daima. I just didn't have the resources on me to do so. So the pentashield is going to be 5x5, so I need to multiply the resources required for the pentashield by 25. And I believe actually 5x5 is exactly how much one of those generators can supply to, because I think it's 3 power per pentashield, if I'm not mistaken. Which means we'll exactly have enough power with one generator to power a 5x5 penta. Or is it strictly to give you a safe spot to get when you're under attack? Yeah, that's it. It is strictly a safe spot for when you're under attack, and there's going to be a whole line of them. There's already one in D2, so there will be one up here somewhere. So the whole point is we've got... Honestly, I probably shouldn't even have this one here. This one should probably be here. So I might destroy it and move it. But yeah, the whole point is just that we don't ever want to be traveling further than 3,000 meters between these bases, because there's lots of griefers out here, and their whole goal is just to knock you out over the sand and thumper your ornithopter so you lose your ornithopter. And you can't take assault thopters into the deep desert right now because the scout thopters are so much stronger and so much faster that you just can't get away. And if you get found by a scout, you're just fucking dead. Now that's changing in the upcoming patch, but we need some way to protect ourselves anyway, just in case, multiple people or, whatever it is that could potentially happen out there. Probably it's going to be part of the July quality of life patch. If I had to guess, I would say that's when it's going to happen. So I would say you're looking at sometime early July. Do rockets auto lock, or do you have to aim? No, you have to aim. But they travel really, really fast, so the aiming's not that hard. I watched a streamer this morning rage quit the game because his Mark 6 Assault Orny and then his Mark 6 Scout Orny both got destroyed by 2 scouts. They were part of the same faction. Yeah. So those are all things that will also make me want to rage quit the game, Damien. And they need to fix faction warfare out here. This is a faction game, and that's the only reason I play it. When I saw the Landsrad system and when I realized that they were trying to, have some sort of faction cooperation, that's the thing that made me say, okay, well, this game actually might have a chance of not being just a PvP grief fest. Because you've got people who are de facto part of your team. And so if that never gets fixed, then I won't last more than about 3 months in this game. Because I will not continue to subject myself to every single griefer and not have any sort of camaraderie out here in the PvP zone. It's not fun. And I don't think that my community would find it very fun either. Holy cow. People are trying to talk to me so much. I will say, though, his rocket assault Orny did its job, though, because he drew both of them away from the party member who was his storage assault Orny full of titanium. They managed to get away back to their guild base, just getting geared up with my knowledge for pre-production for Dune. Ninjaneers, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Hey, unfortunately, we are a full 32-person guild right now. Are you Crazy Flip's coworker? Is that who you are, or are you just another person who is trying to join in? Whoops, I was talking to myself again. Yeah, so unfortunately, Ninja, we have a couple of people who have friends who are in the guild who are wanting to join right now. And we also are already at 32-person capacity. And I don't want to make a multi-guild guild because I don't like mega guilds. I don't think that's cool. And I just want to keep it to the 32 people. So we don't really have any availability, and we're unlikely to have any availability for a while. I do anticipate that there will be some churn, right? Where people are going to want to quit. They're not going to like the game. They're going to get to a point and they're going to be like, okay, that's enough for me. And so I expect at some point we will have some availability, but it's likely not to be for weeks or maybe even a month. Most of the people who are in the guild honestly seem pretty gung-ho and play pretty much every day. So it's unlikely that a lot of them are going to be leaving anytime soon. So I'm sorry about that, but we just don't really have the availability. Anyways, thanks for the reply. Yeah, of course. Of course. And you're, of course, always welcome to hang out here and chit-chat with us. And, if you end up on the same server, we're happy to be friendly with other guilds, especially other Atreides guilds. So, I have no reason not to, include you in things when we go out into the deep desert or whatever. That's fine. But, yeah, there probably is room on our server. We're on Hand of Kiter. I don't think it's all the way full. And there are some other guilds on this server. So, for sure, for sure. I've got an interesting. So once the faction system stops being garbage ninja, I have a really interesting way that I want to share information with allied guilds using Discord and announcement channels to automatically pass information between different Discords. It's Hand of Kiter. I don't know where I actually show it. You know what? I will send it to you in Discord. Here we go. Hand of Kiter. So I put it in the rejection message for the. Oh, there you go. Hand of Kiter. Yeah, so one of the things that's going to be a big deal about the way that we want to share information is that it will work no matter how big your team is. So even if you are just a single person, we would still want to ally with you because we would want to be able to share, our information with you and your information with us. And we're going to do it without having to have everybody join everybody else's Discord servers. It should be able to be done where all you have to do is have your own Discord server that's following those announcement channels. So instead of having to be in like 10 different Discords and trying to personally sift through all that information, we'll just automatically be passing that information through announcement channels. And then you'll just have to look at your own personal Discord or your own guild Discord, and all of the announcements that are going out from all of the different guilds that are allied will just go directly there. And so then each of your individual guilds and your individual members can make decisions about, okay, I see all these activities going on. I want to do this. I'm going to go join this group. And it'll just make coordinating and stuff across such a large group that's all, doing their own thing much, much easier, I think. And then everybody can have their own goals, right? Instead of just being a mega guild with 3 or 4 or 5 guilds, and you've got one leader who's like, hey, I'm in charge of everything. I rule the world, being a dick. You've got 5 disparate guilds focusing on their own personal goals that are all coming together for activities when they can. Would you mind if I friend you on Discord? Yeah, absolutely. Shoot me a friend on Discord for sure. Okay, so what am I doing? I need to figure out the pentashield action here. United States Dune. That's what I'm talking about. So I need 2 steel for 25, so I need 50 steel. Wow, it takes 20 cobalt paste. That's a lot. So 20 times 25 is 400? Is that right? Yeah, 400 cobalt paste per one of these. And then 6 calibrated servos. No way. Oh, does it not matter how big it is? It's always the same? I thought for sure that the bigger it was, the more cost it would be. So that's a 2x2. So I've got 216 steel, so it should take me down to 208 steel. Nope. Okay, yeah. Wow, so that's super cheap then. Okay. So I need 6 servos, 20 paste, 2 steel ingots. Yeah, the power cost, I do believe, changes. I believe it's 3 power per zone. But I guess we can check that too. It should say on here somewhere what the power cost is, right? Hey, Ninjaneers with the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The base is so good. I'm so excited. It's crazy in a guild base how much storage space you need for fucking ornithopters. Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to, like, 90% of our base is gonna be ornithopter storage. We're gonna have to get multiple sand crawlers and multiple carriers. I don't even know where we're gonna put all that crap. Also, do you have to take a sand crawler apart to get it into the deep desert and then, like, put it together out there? Or can you carry it into the deep desert with a carrier? Good question. Inquiring minds want to know. Pretty sure you can carry it. Okay, good. Because if you can't, I'm going to be annoyed. You won't like me when I'm mildly annoyed. Also, can't the carrier... Yeah, absolutely. Carrier can carry other ornithopters. So, pro PvP tip. Hey, I can see the other one now. Yeah, so see, we've got 4,000 meters. We've got 8,000 meters. But I want to see how far away I am from the edge up here. Because this is obviously where the next safe point is. So I want to see... But these two are about 4,000 meters apart. And so I kind of want to get this one a little closer, right? I want to get mine a little closer to Maisie's. So that they're not, you know, I don't want them more than 3,000 meters. But it looks like we're actually going to be about 4,000 meters here. So I may want to actually just leave this. Maybe we'll just put another one in between the two of ours. Like, that's fine too. We can always have more, right? There's nothing that says, hey, you can only have 4 of these on your whole way out. We can put a bunch of them out here. Should be ready for a re-invite in a few hours. Okay, so let's look at the map. This is the tip here. We're going to go all the way to where we're going straight north to get to it. It's a little out of the way, but that's fine. Because this is mostly concern about coming back, right? So yeah, we definitely need to push this out. Okay. Perfect. Anyway, so pro PvP tip. You can carry ornithopters with your carrier ornithopter. So if they're not paying really close attention and you've got a carrier ornithopter out there, try and get ahead or above another ornithopter and snag that. And then you can hang on to it while, you know, your allies rocket it. Which would be hilarious. I want to do it. I want to do it. All right, let's demolish this bad boy. Before we get all the way into demolishing, oh no, this thing can't carry anything. That sucks. That's fine. Let's demolish the stuff that matters first. Then I need the scrap. And I need these. And then I want to get as much of the granite as I can. Okay, now we're all full. Demolish the sub beef. Fantastic. All right, so we're going to try and get within 3,000. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Ninja. I will accept that here momentarily. Just need to get this beef down. Let's see. Where's this one at? Okay, it's straight ahead up here. So the closest I can probably get. think right on top of this rock. Maybe right up on top of this rock. Right up on top of this rock? Or right up on top of this rock? You know the hermit's got to be on top of a mountain. All right. So let's get... Oh, got to build the sub beef. Put my console down there. Nope. We actually want the console up here. And then we want... Okay. Okay, so there's my 5x5 square. Let's make sure. There's enough support. It looks like there is. Move the console. Go down here to get some walls. Bam. 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 I got to admit, I'm feeling a little shaky about building in the middle of the deep desert. Because I'm just like standing out here in the open. Somebody can just come kill me right now. Got me a little sketched out, you know? If I was on a more populated server, I might like want to have 3 or 4 people building each of these so we can just whip them out real fast. And then, you know, have the protection of the pentashields or whatever. Or protection of the shields. But for now, at least, I feel okay. I wonder if you can shoot out of a base shield. I wonder if that's Maisie there, or if it's that, or that's just some rando. Oh, I'm out of granite. Oh no. Gonna have to get some more. And we need to drop 2 of these. Uno. Oh, do I not have enough salvaged metal either? Oh my goodness. Gone and messed it all up. All right, pentashield is inactive. So I need some scrap. And I need some granite. Oh, nice. There's granite literally right here. What's up, dude? Better to be lucky than good. What's up? Alright, y'all want to show me a scrap scout ornithopter around here somewhere? Scrap metal, baby. Nice. Shoop. You're braver than me. I would have built this in Haga base and saved the blueprint, plop it down immediately. Cannot. I threw a grenade in my wife's garage and bounced it off the shield, so pretty sure bullets won't work either. Okay. That's good to know, Damien. Thank you. Bam. In here. Get me in the storage. Split that. It's not quite a whole week's worth, but this is 4 or 5 days worth. And there's fuel cells right below. We got all our power. Our penta shield is powered. We go back into our build. Finish up our walls. Boom. 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 Okay. Now this is totally secure. You can come in here. And the thing that makes this most important to me is you can see all the way into this, right? So if you're chasing me, or if you're just flying around and you see a base just chilling, you can see in it, you see there's 2 little generators and there's nothing really going on. Nobody's blowing this up, right? Nobody's going to wait for a sandstorm and then waste rockets to blow up something that I can throw back up in literally 10 seconds. So this is safe from raid, because who's going to take that time? But it also gives you a safe haven because you can't blow this up while the shields are active. So if you're chasing me through the desert and I've got a full load because I'm carrying, instead of thrusters, I'm carrying saddlebags so I can actually, you know, take stuff with me, then I just come drop in here. And now if you want to grief my ornithopter, you have to wait for a sandstorm. And so Ninja, it gets even better. We're making a road. This is not the only part, right? This is the first one. This is out in C2. So if you take a look, we uncovered some of the map. We went and we scouted both sides a little bit. But there's a road, as you can see, of rock outcroppings that lead all the way out into the H&I zones out here. And right out here, there's tons of titanium and stravidium. So my guild is going to make a road where there's no more than 3,000 meters between these bases. And we're going to give everybody associate access so everybody can see all of them on the map. And then we're going to take assault thopters out here instead of scout thopters with thrusters and storages. And then you just play hopscotch, right, all the way out here. And you just make sure that you're always kind of going towards the next spot. And then you come out here and you do your mining. And if somebody jumps you, then you just go fucking hide. And so now there's no more griefing here. Now, of course, we want to do bigger operations, right? We're a 32-person guild. During prime time, we'll come out here, you know, 6 assault ornithopters with rockets, carrier ornithopters with buggies, all that stuff will happen. But during non-prime times, when we've got players on who are just looking to mine a little ore or get a little spice or do a little whatever, right? We create this whole road of security, and then it takes us all the way back to the safe PvE zone. And so this could be done by a solo, right? You should have enough to put like 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 bases out here. So even if you're solo, you can totally do this. This road can be opened to other people. So, you know, if you build on our server, we can absolutely just give you associate to all of these bases and give you the same ability, so it's shareable across an alliance. Damien, that's a great idea. Yeah, an extra welding wire chest and some welding torches. Maybe if you're coming out into the deep, well, no, because they might totally destroy them, so maybe some spares would be a good idea. It's not a terrible. The more we put out here, the more we have to bring back every week. So, I'm a little hesitant on that. But as we start having more and more, and they don't have to be good wings either and stuff, right? Well, I guess they do have to be Mark 6s, because all of our planes will have Mark 6s and you can't mix and match. Well, so you can't mix and match wings. You could do the PSUs, but you definitely can't mix and match wings. If you put one Mark 6, you have to have all Mark 6s. And we want to have Mark 6 wings. So the PSUs and the engines, you could totally do that way. Unfortunately, the wings you can't. But honestly, this might give us such a good opportunity to harvest resources that it might be worth it to put extra wings out here, because we might just have resources like that. And so it might not matter. But yeah, I can see. So we're within 3,000 meters. And this is how fast you can cover 3,000 meters in a scout orny, right? Like, it's not that big of a deal. You've got somebody chasing you. You know, you're doing some dives. You're dodging some rockets. They've got to hit you like 20 or 30 times to take you down. So, I mean, I could easily make this trip before somebody can hit me enough times to take down my Orny. And that's if they start, well, and so actually you only ever need to cover half the distance, because if they start attacking you halfway between or before halfway between, then you just turn around and go to the other one. So you only ever have to cover 15,000 or 1,500 meters between each of these. And so, of course, you've got more than enough time to cover that distance. And then we've got our little opening down here. And we'll just, boop, fly right in. Okay, now we're all safe. This one's way bigger than the one I made. And mine's just like way out in the open. You can tell two different people with two totally different ideas about what's up. But yeah, you can fit, you know, at least 2, if not 3 scout ornies in here. Or, sorry, assault ornies in here. And you're good. Plus aren't a couple of those markers like the NPC people that unlock Landsrad tasks? Yeah. Yeah, there are 3 of these out here. 3 of the, whoops. 3 of the control points. We got 1. Oh, I thought I saw 3 control points. 2 control points. There might be a 3rd one out here. I didn't scan these. But yeah, so I need to go put associate on all of these for everyone. And we're already halfway out there, right? Just 2 of these has given us 6,000 meters of safety. And it's only about, well, so we're a third of the way. It's only about 20,000 meters, 18 to 20,000 meters out there. So we need maybe 4 total to get, or sorry, maybe 6 total to get all the way out there. And then another 2 or 3 that are already out there, so we have more protection zones. I don't know, Damien. I don't actually care about the quest line, so I haven't looked into it. Who that is? I think that's one of our members. Yeah. So if I'm getting chased, I just, oh, look, get fucked. You can't shoot me anymore. Maybe. That might be it, Damien. But I got a bunch of Discord messages. Let me go friend our good buddy over here. And then let me go see. See what's going on. Things are blowing up. E2 Deep Desert Base, just missing one Penta. Big base for a checkpoint. Okay. So we're going to give everybody associate on my fief here. Let's move the console into the corner so it's not in the way. We've got the generators going. We're going to hit permissions. And we're going to add all these folks. Be careful when you're adding permissions. I'm pretty sure the people you block also show up in your permissions list. So don't accidentally... that person is no longer with us. Yeah, this is just way better, in my opinion, for adding perms. It's a little obnoxious because it doesn't let you do very many at a time before it like stops you and makes you like wait for a moment to click the button anymore. And you do for your vehicle perms, you know, you have to go back through and then also click all the up arrows to give everybody a co-owner so they can actually drive the vehicles. But for these, you just need to give them associate, and then the penta shields and stuff are automatically set to associate. So everybody should be good to go for getting in here. And then anybody that we friend, right? Like I'm going to get Ninja and friend them up. And then we can add them as associate as well. This is a little bit hard to get on top of and actually interact with. That's fine. Yeah, so anybody who's an associate can come in here now. It only took me 90 power. I thought it was going to take more, but you do have to have at least 2 generators. So a 5x5 is only taking 90 power. And now we're totally safe here. And then we'll just get this thing going. I'm so excited about that, right? The next one can go like right in one of these. And then, you know, get one up here or up here. And then there's a big, okay, so one of them needs to be like as high as you can get, like right here. Because there's a huge gap from F2 to G2. So this is one of the longest gaps we're going to have to span. So one of these needs to be like way out on the tip of this. So we've got, probably want to put, you know, like one here, one here. It's a little close, but then even one here, and then all the way over here. And then from there, I mean, the hopscotch is super easy. We'll probably want one here, and then we'll probably want like one here, one here, one here. For scout ornies, I mean, you could fit like 8 scout ornies all on top of each other in here. But for, yeah, I mean, they're super basic. They don't have to be anything but just, because all it is to stop griefers. And no griefer is going to sit around for an hour waiting for a sandstorm so they can blow up your base. And even so, I mean, you have time to repair in here. We'll put a chest with some welding wires so that you can repair. And then you just play hopscotch. We'll have them all within 3,000 meters of each other, and you'll never die again out here. But yeah, no, I'm so excited about this. It's not even funny. Like, this might be the greatest idea I've ever had. I am giddy. Just freaking giddy. Whoop, there's a wall. Almost crashed again. Almost freaking crashed again. But we have 32 people, so not even everybody. I couldn't even imagine. We have enough people at 32 that if we wanted to use up all the sub-fiefs, well, not even all the sub-fiefs, if we wanted to use up a bunch of sub-fiefs, we could put a base in every single zone out here. Right? You could find a rock outcropping or any zone that had rock outcroppings that weren't just desert. You could put a little base in, and then they'd all be about 3,000 meters apart. Because one of these zones is about 3,000 meters wide, I think. If we look, I'm about in the middle here, and that's about in the middle there, and these are almost exactly 3,000 meters. So I think they're about 3,000 meters across. And so if you put one everywhere where there's a rock outcropping, you would basically be able to travel around the entire deep desert. without any concerns. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want, farm whatever you want. It'd be hilarious. But hopefully we can get some peeps to go throw some fiefs out there. I mean, we only need about 5 more fiefs, and then we can be real secure out there. Let me go put a message in the Discord. Hey, what's up, Shrimp? All right, let's add our new friend in here too. Social, friend invites, friend list, friend invites, search player. Boop. Probably still in the tutorial. Yeah, so again, Shrimp, because yeah, it won't let me friend you until you're not in the tutorial anymore, Ninja. Because these are so sparse, there's no reason to attack it. And since there's only 6 minutes of attack time per sandstorm, somebody would have to either sit and wait for a sandstorm to attack this, or they would have to happen upon it within the 6 minutes after a sandstorm comes out. And then they would have to want to waste rockets on something they can see completely into and tell that there's literally nothing in there. So yeah, absolutely. There is a subset of people who are going to just grief it and be like, you built a base in the deep desert, this is what you get. But that subset of people is extremely small, and the likelihood that they're going to be anywhere near my base at a time when they can actually raid it is almost zero. Yeah, Ninja, I'm super excited too. And do yourself a favor and take your time going through the game the first time. Don't feel like you've got to rush. Don't feel like you absolutely have to get to the end game right away. Being on your sand bike and driving around inside of all of those huge rock structures and moving around through the Haga Basin and doing all the quests and tearing up your gear and all that stuff is so much fun. So take your time with that. Don't rush to get an ornithopter. Don't go overboard about it. Take your time, enjoy the ride, because the first 100 hours of this game is so interesting. And it's so much different than the experience you get in the deep desert. That if you rush to the deep desert stuff, then you just miss this really huge experience that you now can't go back and get. At least not with your main character. Oh my gosh, I've run out of so much water out here. My gracious. Yeah. I mean, the PvE part of this game could just be a game in itself, and I would have paid $20 for it. And just enjoyed every freaking minute of it. And I hate paying for games that only have a limited amount of content. I'm all about live service. But I could play this game like as a solo. If there was a solo version of this game that was just Haga Basin, I could just chill in Haga Basin for a couple 100 hours probably before I even started to get bored. $1,300 into Guild Wars 2. Just been dying to try this forever. Yeah. Here you go. Ninja, we have a guild base at an area called the Anvil that you are more than... Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you perms over there. At some point. I don't even think I've given perms to everyone in the guild over there. Because I'm an asshole. So you should be able to see... Can you see 2 sub-thieves that already exist out there, Shrimp? You should see mine at the middle of C2, and then there's one in the middle of D2. So if you find a rock outcropping somewhere out in F2, and you don't necessarily have to stay out there and build it if you don't want to. I can totally do that. But if you set a sub-thief out in F2, somewhere kind of in the middle-ish, and then give everybody associate perms, and if you don't want to build it and you want me to go out there and build it, then give me co-owner perms so I can build on it. Then, yeah, everybody should be able to see it. But somewhere in the middle-ish of F2 is probably good. Never been into the deep... Okay, you want me to come with you? I can totally do that too. I can go fly with you. Let me just repair my wings a little here. Oh, I don't have any wire. Guess I'm not repairing my wings. So when you enter the world map, you're going to want to go to the left-hand side when you enter the deep desert. So in the world map, you go up to the left to get to the deep desert. Just a little bit to the left, mostly up. Yeah, I'll meet you out in the deep desert then. So once you get out into the deep desert, you want to enter on the leftmost side, and I'll meet you where you like poured in, basically. I'll just be chilling there waiting for you. If I was able to just pick your sub thief console up and move it out there for you, I totally would, but I can't. But oh, this stupid freaking thing again. I hate. So annoyed. Yeah, so I'll just chill here and wait for you in A3. You just let me know. Yeah, I think I have some fuel. Nope, not really. There's fuel in the guild base. Already here, basically just hope I have enough. Oh, you were already out to F2? I'll come bring you my teeny tiny little bit of fuel. You two join party, you can see each other on the map like you can in Haga. You can. Oh, okay. Got it, got it. So you can see each other in Haga Basin. The problem is that these servers are set up on 3x3 grids. So A1 through 3 through C1 through 3 are all on a physical server somewhere. And so as soon as you cross the physical server boundary between C and D, your party bricks and you can't see each other's markers anymore. And then you have to reparty. because this same game is so good. In A5, okay. Yeah, I do have heat stroke. That's okay. How much fuel do you have? Are you still on? Are you on fumes or something, or what's the deal? Actually, I'm not gonna fly all the way over to A5. So what you need to do is exit, go back to the world map, and come in on the leftmost entrance instead of the middle entrance. Because we're going down the left-hand side. So that'll save you some fuel. And save my wings. Okay. Well, so you can make it out there. I can make it all the way out to the end of the deep desert and all the way back on fumes. So if you get good at gliding, you can totally get out there without too much problem. But yeah, just go ahead and exit. Exit the to the world map and then come to the bottom left. Right? It'll be like down here. So the furthest left entrance will pop you out right next to me. It is a little hard to navigate the world map, that's true. You good, dude? There you are. At least I think this is probably you.
Hey. How's it going?
I thought you were one of my guildies. Guess not. What's up, Dingleberry?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Nada, dude. Just building a superhighway out here in the deep desert.
Right on, man. Right on.
Be safe out there. There's some griefing buttholes.
Are there? That's great.
Yeah, I don't know if they're out here right this moment, but there's a pack that runs somewhere between 1 and 3 people, and their whole goal is to kill you over open desert and thumper your thopter. So try to die over rocks, and you should be good.
Okay, thanks for the tip, man. Appreciate it. I'm pretty new to the desert here. It's only I'm at like 5th or 6th time out here.
It's a heck of a good time. I really like it out here.
I'm having a good time. Please.
All right, well, I gotta go find my buddies, so have fun.
All right, man. Right on. You too.
I don't have any more water, Damien. I drank it all. It's all gone. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'll show you. Of course. I actually should be able to see you on the world map. To old Bombay, come fly with me, let's fly away. Okay, so this is your deep desert right here. These are your 3 entrances. So the way the deep desert grid works is it's from the bottom across. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this is the A row right here. And then the desert extends out through I row. So columns are vertical columns are numbers. Vertical columns are numbers. Horizontal rows are letters. So you want to be in A1 through 3 because that's where we're building the road out from. So you just go in this bottom left entrance and that'll take you to A1 through 3. And so the same thing is true of Haga Basin. When you return to Haga Basin on the world map, you'll notice that there's a ring of entry points. And that ring of entry points is physical world locations. Yeah. There you are. And now if you look on your map grid, you're A3. Yeah, so when you want to exit Haga Basin, you literally just fly to any edge of the map, Daima. And you have to fly in an ornithopter because there's quicksand all the way around the edge of the map. But it doesn't matter what place you can exit all the way at the south, you can exit all the way at the east, all the way at the west. That's why we're up next to the western border with our base. So we can just zip right over there to the west and exit and then get to the world map. And then you can just, if you needed to go for some reason all the way to the east side of the world, then you could just exit out the west and then fly around. Negative, Gravy. We are not done building. We actually only have 2 of the road. accomplished so far. So if you want to come build one, I'll fly out with you and we can find a good spot. I'm about to fly out with Shrimp here. So the first thing we're going to do, Shrimp, is just go ahead and get a bunch of elevation. And then we're just going to pull the glide trick and glide out there. All right. So just hit your glide. And then as long as you pin this right here in the middle of your horizon marker, and then hold right click, you should be good. Looks like you're quite a ways behind me, but that's fine. I am going to go ahead and invite you to party, just in case it decides it wants to work. So let's find damaged shrimp, invite to party. All right, now you should be able to see me, so just keep yourself pointed in my direction. I'm getting a little ways out in front of you. I'll probably stop periodically and just kind of wait for you. Don't ever stop for me. I'll be able to catch up to you because I've got thrusters. So, but just keep your marker pinned in the middle of your horizon screen, and you'll very slowly lower altitude. But you'll stay at the maximum speed. You should be popping into my screen here any second. Are you in Mark 4 wings? Is 162 kilometers per second. If you're in Mark 5s, it's 172, and if you're in Mark 6s, it's 182. No, hit shift. Press the shift key. You should be able to go 162 kilometers an hour in that mode right there. Why? Oh, I just died. So aim yourself north and start heading towards F2 grid. If you're not able to glide out there, if for some reason your lag or something is causing you too much issue, then a quarter of a tank of gas isn't going to get you out there. So if you can't glide out there, then just turn around and go back because you're going to run out of gas. Yeah, but I can just respawn right in my vehicle, so it doesn't really matter, Damien. Like, I mean, I gotta wait, but there's no point in trying to put more pressure on Shrimp to try and save me because he's still trying to figure out how to get the flight and everything going and deal with the map. So that's just more stress on Shrimp that he doesn't need when I can just respawn right here. Choo. Yeah, I should definitely get some more water, Dama. Yeah, we'll go get you some more fuel and then won't have to worry about it. Or are you like floating to your doom right now? Oh, you're like floating to your doom right now. Okay. Well, that's all the fuel I have. So get yourself elevated and then get yourself onto the shield wall. You got a gas again? Okay, no problem. So we're gonna have to get a little creative here. You're not gonna make it, so you're gonna put your vehicle in your storage, and I'm going to carry you on my ornithopter onto the shield wall so that you don't die. And then I'll go bring you gas. But yeah, just get as close as you possibly can to the shield wall here. And then put your ornithopter in your storage. And then just jump on my nose. And probably crouch. Yeah, of course, Shrimp. I'm going to put you underneath this rock formation right here so that you don't overheat and waste all your water. And then I'm going to go back for gas for you because I can't take you out of the deep desert. You have to fly yourself. So I'll bring you gas so you can fly away. Yeah, so something I really want to do, Damien, um, in regards to that lasgun thing, or the rocket launcher, either one, is whenever we go out with carriers, there's no reason that we can't have people with lasguns and stuff like that on top of the carriers as part of the defense for the carrier group. And they'll just be chilling up there waiting to rock people with lasguns like little turrets on top of the carrier. No, carriers do not get rockets. The only thing the carrier gets is a thruster, actually, which is a little disappointing. Yeah, so you can't really glide with people on top, but the carrier can't glide when it's carrying a vehicle. So if you're out doing spice mining operations or anything and you've got a vehicle with you anyway, that's not really possible. So yeah, I don't know I wonder if you can shoot the buggy rockets while being carried, or if they have to drop you. Because that's definitely another thing, is bringing some carriers, maybe with some rocket buggies that can like drive around the sand dunes. Those people can be in charge of dropping thumpers. So that the worms don't eat our sand crawlers. But then also, they could be really instrumental in defending the base, or defending the carriers and stuff, as they try and escape with the sand crawlers, because they do so much more damage. I mean, it's kind of insane. No worries, Shrimp. Don't even worry about it. I don't particularly enjoy babysitting, but because this is so important, and because it's your first time out in the deep desert, it doesn't really bother me at all. And it's really important that we get this road built. And it's really important that everybody feel like they're participating in that. And that everybody knows what they're doing with it. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all, actually. Now, if this was like your 100th time into the deep desert, and I had to babysit you, then I'd probably be annoyed. I'm just looking for some welding wire. I'll just go make some. That's fine. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not possible to kill the worm. They said that that's probably never going to be a thing. Also, like your first hour of flight. Well, there you go. Can't have any expectations of you knowing what you're doing if you've never flown before. Although, what you should have did was gone and watched my How to Fly Ornithopters beginner video on YouTube. Is all I'm saying. I went through all this effort to make a wonderful video for all the noobs out there so they could fly ornithopters. And you're not even watching it. It's the same. It's Survival Hermit. Every now and then I put out videos on really basic how-tos. I'm not really into the guides, though. So mostly my YouTube videos end up being me pontificating about dumb shit that nobody cares about, so... Re-invite to guild. I have to get out of this area before I can do that. To old Bombay. Come fly with me, let's fly away. All right, social, guilds, invite, forgot their name. Can I just do it from here? Oh, yes I can. At least there's that.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, I put the rest of the fuel in your saddlebag.
All right, thanks so much. And you don't have to fly me out if you don't want to. I think I don't
All
want
right.
you to have to fly me out unless you're just feeling nice.
I got you, dude. Let's go. Oh, I was talking to myself. So if you need to, open up your map and put yourself a waypoint out there. And then I'll follow you. But once we're up this high, so you see how you're currently at an altitude where you're increasing fuel consumption? Yeah, there you go. Hit that glide and then let it naturally bring you back up. And then just peg that little dot in the center of the horizon line. And if you don't hold for, if you hold forward, that controls your pitch. And that'll jack you up. So if you hold forward or back, that'll mess you up. And then as you start to, if you start to lose a little speed, then just press the W key a little bit and that'll dip your nose and you pick up tons of speed really fast that way. Perfect. Now I'm going to naturally be faster than you, but I'll keep myself slowed down a little because I've got Mark 6 wings. So bonk. That was actually kind of funny. I thought I was going to get in front of you. I didn't realize I was going to bonk you. We kind of need to turn just a little bit this way. So it's the same thing with the horizon line and the dot. So you notice how there's a little chevron or a little caret below your dot. And then there's also a little caret on the horizon line. If you put those carets right on top of each other, right, put your down caret on the tip of the up caret, you'll start to gain elevation while slowly losing altitude. Or sorry, gain elevation while slowly losing speed. And so once you lose 10 kilometers per hour of speed, you just tap forward and it'll give you that little dip. And that'll pick your speed up again, but you don't lose as much altitude as you've gained. So anywhere between those two carets kissing, all the way up to your wings being on the horizon line, you actually gain more altitude than you lose when you try and get your speed back. And so all you have to do is just every time you lose 10 kilometers, you just do a little dip and you'll just slowly increase in elevation as you go. You just dip it over and over again. And then you literally glide forever. And so the closer those carrots are to kissing, the overall faster you'll go, because you'll gain less altitude, but you'll also lose less speed. Yeah, once you understand it, it's a really, really simple mechanic. But because gliding these things is so different than pretty much anything else in any other video game, it's a really weird thing to get used to. Especially because you use W and S to control the pitch. It can get a little wonky. And then whenever you get your carrot, F2, which we're in F2, so this is actually our sector right here. So basically pick any of these rock outcroppings.
Damien Dark Rose says dip 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 I dip you dip I dip.
You dip, I dip, we dip. Yeah, but just pick any of these rock outcroppings out here. And then look back. I don't know if you have permissions on the other base or not, but you want to be about 3,000 kilometers away. So we actually probably need to go out and to the right just a little further out here. So, oh no, yeah, no, you're right. Right where you're at is perfect. Yeah, the next one is too far away though. So if we go out to the next one, that's too much distance. And I'd rather have more of them closer than less of them farther away. Because, I mean, this is about safety. So there's no harm in being out here with more stuff. But yeah, drop your sub thief and you should be able to make a 5x5 out here. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just drop the small sub thief and then give me co-ownership and I'll build it out. Sweet. Good job, dude. Thanks for helping with this.
Thanks for your help. I'm gonna try to fly back now.
Yeah, I think you got it. And if you get attacked, bail to one of the defensive positions. All right, so let's get another little something going on out here. I want to build it sort of on the highest location I can. So right here. And then out that way. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a ceiling there. Perfect. So is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4? Nope. 5 is this way. Get another ceiling. We found it. All right. Yeah, I was definitely talking to myself again, Dama. Sorry. One of these days, I'm going to be good at this, but it is not today. I am such a bad streamer. Oh, drink water. Drink water. Drink the water. Hey, thanks, Damien. I got too many things going on in my brain, you know? If my brain could just quiet down. You know what? Y'all have text to speech, okay? I gave you text to speech for a reason, and it was so that you could help me not die when I need water and food. So if y'all would do your jobs and put text to speech messages so that I didn't have to read but could just hear when I needed water, then I would never die again. But I think y'all like watching me die. I think you do it on purpose.
Dimmer says this is your consciousness speaking. Drink your water.
Oh no, they cut each other off when two people do them right next to each other. I might have to find a way to create a queue then and have it go through the queue. All right. Ooh, and I have... Nice.
Damaged Shrimp 44 says have fun building the base.
What do you mean have fun? It's almost done, dude. Bam. Bam. Can I please exit? I don't want to use this tool anymore. Then we go over to the sub-beef console. I got a couple of Jenny things, I think. Nope. Okay. I just gotta go get a couple of fuel cells real quick. And we'll be in business. Number 3 is up. Got any fuel cells over here? Hey, fuel cell, what's up? Yeah, I didn't think it was really that big of a deal. I never really use it when I'm out mining in the Haga Basin. But out here in the deep desert, I have found it to be really helpful in finding resources that aren't necessarily abundant and that I need sort of incidentally for little things. So yeah, no, it's super, super useful. All right, let's get this thing powered on here. Refuel generators, bammo. Safe haven number 3 operational. Safe haven in F2 is up. Next is E2.
Damien Darkrose says you forgot the shield thingy, didn't you?
Nope. It's there. You just can't see it. I can click it. I thought I made it. I definitely made it. Yeah, because you can see it's, oh, I didn't actually make it. I just set it up. Now it's made. Got it. So I had stretched it out. I just never held the button. Gotta drive my fiance's car to get it worked on. I'll be back later, hopefully. Thanks for the... Yeah, of course, Damn Shrimp. And thank you for sacrificing one of your consoles. For the superhighway here. This is so great. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Ah, dodge. Dodge the missiles. Dodge the missiles. Oh my goodness. We're getting attacked. I'm not gonna make it. Ah. Ah. Oh, nope, that's right. I'm totally gonna make it. Because I just have to go in right here. Okay, we can't come in this one on this side. We're gonna have to change that. Oh, we can come in right here. Never mind, we're good. Boom. Now I'm safe. Now nobody can kill me. And then I repair my stuff. And then I come back out. And then I fly again. And we go to the next one. Upside down infinite gliding? I wonder if I'm actually capable of that. That sounds really hard. I'm not a trash can. You're a trash can. I was talking to myself. Yeah, I think it's totally possible. You just have to be in a lot more control over the pitch because it doesn't auto reset the pitch when you're upside down. You have to like dip to get your speed and then reorient yourself in elevation gain. And I went too hard there because you have to constantly be adjusting your roll to maintain upside down status. This is pretty hard. But I think we're doing it. I think we're actually gaining altitude right now. Well, so the carrier can't do infinite glide anyway. But you could at least glide upside down with the carrier. That'd be pretty fun. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, I would say that's a success right there. Awesome, Gravy. We can head out. I'll head back to the base. And we can go out and we can place the G2 base down. Or E2, not G2. E2. What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk? I'm gonna get you drunk. Get you love drunk off my hump. That's right. We're at a point where Hermit is singing my humps. That's what's happening today. Not sure why that's what's happening today. But it's a thing. And it happened. Let's leave the party so that I can invite Gravy. This shit is bananas. Bananas. I wish, Damien. But do you remember he hasn't been here in a while, I don't think. But there's a young kid who watches. And if I had made the cooldown less, all he would have done was TTS. Wyatt. That was the one. I love Wyatt. He's a great kid. But he's also a kid. And he would have gone crazy with the TTS spam. Yeah, I'm waiting, Gravy. I am here. Waiting for you. What I can't believe is we've already been streaming for 4 hours. Trying to get this superhighway going has been crazy. Because, I mean, we got on and we immediately started working on the superhighway. 4 hours later, we have 3 bases. That's how things go in guilds, though. It's so hard to coordinate people to get stuff like this going. So hard. Highway to the danger zone. Gonna take you right into the danger zone. Highway to hell. Look, now I want to watch Top Gun. New one. You know, I haven't seen the new one either. But I like that kid that plays the pilot. I don't know his name, but I like him. He's played in some stuff that I enjoy. No, not Tom Cruise. The new pilot dude. I've been doing musical theater since I was a kid, Ninja. And I was in choir all throughout high school. But yeah, I'm a huge theater nerd. I used to go to camp. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Missoula Children's Theater, but I used to go to camp with them every summer, and I went to a charter school for the performing arts for high school before I dropped out. Oh, really? 28 years as a sound engineer. I did the best I could with my audio. I'm sure if you're a sound engineer, then it probably sounds like crap. But this was my first ever try working with equalizers and stuff like that. It was bad. I watched a little YouTube. I fucked with some stuff and just played it by ear. And you know, we got what we got. One of these days, when I make a little money off of this, then I'll probably hire somebody to really nail it down and get it just right. But I think it's serviceable for now. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Ninja. I would never ask somebody to help me if I wasn't going to pay them. And since I don't have the means to pay you now, we won't worry about that. But one of these days, when I decide to hire somebody, if you're still lurking around, I will definitely just hire you. Oops, somebody's going to go rock the assault orney. Getting it. Yeah, take your time, Gravy. I'm suddenly having issues with my eyes. I appreciate that, Ninja. It's just a personal thing. I can't. Couldn't even if I wanted to. My beliefs wouldn't allow it. I rubbed my eyes, and then they started to hurt in water. So then I rubbed. Yeah, you're gonna need make a pentashield and destroy it real quick, so that you have all the mats for a pentashield. And then you need a little bit of scrap, about 75 scrap, I think, to make 2 generators. And then I'll bring some fuel cells and some granite so we can turn your generators on. I think they're out in the hangar, actually. There we go. That's enough. Don't need that. I like watching the... Oh, I didn't get to see. Look at how high this thing is, though. Like, we've used up so much space, and there's still so much vertical room to build this thing. We're gonna have such a cool base. Oh. I cannot express enough. If any of you who have helped build the base are in here, thank you so fucking much. It's so fucking cool. I know Maisie and Crazy Flip put in some serious work last night. And Deport Me has been putting in some serious work. And there's just, I mean, I would never be able to build something like this. Don't even kind of have the ability. Yeah, steel, cobalt, 100 scrap, and you need 6 calibrated servos. And then there will probably be enough granite out there that we can just farm some granite real quick. Because I don't actually think we even have granite in this base. Or if you want to make it out of the Atreides, if you want to bring some of those basalt pieces, I don't know where those might be, but you can bring those instead. I guess they're stronger, so that might be a good thing. But that's entirely up to you. It is your leg of the superhighway. You only need 2 steel, Gravy. You need 2 steel, 20 cobalt, 6 calibrated servos, about 75 to 100 scrap, and then like 300 granite, maybe. You can pretty much carry the whole thing in your personal inventory. Here we go. Or if you want these plastones, we can bring plastones. I can just bring a stack with me or whatever. They should be in here. But maybe they were in here. Here they are. They're in this one in the corner. Just 6, Gravy. Just 6. No matter how big a penta shield you make, it only takes 1 set of resources, which is awesome. Oh, actually, I guess it's only 3. I forgot. Because it takes half the resources to build out in the deep desert. So you actually only need 1 steel, 3 servos, and 10 cobalt paste. But we're good. It's raining. Look at it. At the beginning of this week, this was a tiny little shitty base that I had built. It didn't have any pitched roofs. It was just a bunch of boxes stacked on top of each other. There was nothing down inside of there. None of that was over there. None of that was over there. None of this was here. Just a couple of boxes stacked on top of each other, like right here. And that was it. I did not take plastone. Do you want plastone? I will get plastone. Hopefully that's enough. Let's leave that behind too. Surely that'll be enough. All right. I'll meet you out in the deep desert in the first entrance on the left. And then we'll head out from there.